古人抬头看天，看见的不是星星，他们看见的是神走过的路。今晚我们沿着那条路慢慢地走。
There is a weight to your body right now. You may not have noticed it fully until this moment, but it is there. The weight of your shoulders pressing gently into whatever is beneath you. The weight of your legs, your arms, your hands resting open or closed. All of it settling, all of it held. There is nothing required of that weight. It doesn't need to move. It doesn't need to carry anything. It simply rests the way stone rests at the bottom of a slow river, not because it is forced down, but because resting is its nature. Your breath is moving in and out on its own. You don't have to do anything to make it happen. Air arrives, fills, and withdraws the way a tide moves. Not hurried, not deliberate, just the body doing what it knows to do in the dark while the mind begins to soften at its edges. Notice the darkness behind your eyelids. It isn't empty. There is a quality to it, a warmth perhaps, or a faint pulse where your own heartbeat gently announces itself. The darkness isn't still in the way a wall is still. It has a texture, a depth. It goes back further than your eyes can reach. Let it. Your jaw may have been holding something without your knowing. Let it soften now. Your shoulders, the slight lift they carry out of habit. Let that lift settle. Your breath finds its own pace again, unhurried, dropping a little lower, a little slower with each passing moment. You are not going anywhere. And yet there is something forming at the far edge of your awareness. Not a sound, not quite a sight. A quality of the air, the way you might sense a change in weather before the clouds have gathered. Something large and quiet is waiting just beyond the threshold of sleep. It has always been there. Tonight you're simply close enough to feel it. The old texts of a world long ago, from a civilization that watched the sky with great care and gave a name to every threshold of light. Those texts describe a journey, not a story of heroes or battles or transformation, something quieter than that. A journey the sun makes every day from darkness to darkness, passing through 16 named stations as it goes. 16 stations. Each one has a name, and each name holds a different quality of light, a different quality of feeling. The people who mapped this journey understood something that we still know, deep in the body even if the mind has forgotten it, that the movement of light through a single day follows the same path as the movement of a life, or the movement of a single night's rest, beginning in the dark, rising through brightness, returning through the long afternoon, coming home again to darkness. You have made this journey. Every day of your life, your body has traveled with the sun through those 16 stations, whether you are aware of them or not. The sensation of early morning, when the world is still cool and possible, the particular quality of noon's full light. The way late afternoon carries a feeling different from anything else, a tenderness almost, a softness in the quality of the hours, and then the return. The sky thickening into amber, then gold, then the color that belongs only to dusk. The body's slow agreement that the day is done. Tonight, you'll make that journey again, not into waking, but into sleep. And by the time the final station has passed, by the time the chariot comes to rest in the place the old texts call settled darkness, there will be no difference between the darkness of that valley and the darkness you are already entering now. But first, the beginning. Your breath moves again, in and out. The weight of your body presses gently downward. The darkness behind your eyes holds a vast, quiet space. Somewhere in that space a shape begins to form. It isn't sharp. It doesn't arrive all at once. It comes the way light comes before dawn, as a change in quality rather than a sudden appearance. A warmth at the horizon of the mind. There is a chariot, not moving, not yet, standing very still at the edge of the world, in a place the old texts name the Valley of Light. The sky above it is not yet light. It is that particular darkness that comes just before morning, deeper than night, somehow, as though the world is holding the darkness close for one last moment before releasing it. The chariot is patient. You can feel the stillness of it, the way enormous things are still before they move, the held breath before a stone falls, the surface of a river in the moment before the wind reaches it. The chariot rests in that quality of before. Its horses stand with their heads lowered. They are breathing. You can feel that, a warmth in the air around them, a quiet rhythm of breath that moves at the same pace as your own. Their bodies are warm. The darkness around them is warm. Everything at the edge of this world just before the first light is held in a warmth that isn't quite day and isn't quite night. This is where the journey begins, not with movement but with this, the pause before. The old people who named this place understood that the Valley of Light, the place of departure, is as important as anything that follows. Perhaps more important, because before the light can travel, it must first be still, it must gather itself, it must rest in the dark long enough that the dark becomes a kind of home, a place worth leaving and worth returning to. Your body understands this. The heaviness in your limbs right now, that is the same heaviness, the gathering before. Your breath dropping a little deeper with each pass, your thoughts, if they are still moving, beginning to slow the way water slows as it deepens. Something in you is also at the edge of the world, also patient, also still. The chariot hasn't moved. The horses breathe. The sky above the valley has not yet changed color. The darkness is complete and full, not the darkness of absence, but the darkness of a held breath, of everything present and waiting. 16 stations lie ahead. You don't need to count them. You don't need to remember them. You only need to rest here, at the very beginning, where the light hasn't started and the dark is still whole. The journey will carry you forward on its own, the way sleep carries you forward, without effort, without intention, one station at a time. By the end, the light will have traveled all the way from this edge of the world to the other, through brightness and afternoon and amber and dusk, and come to rest again in darkness, and you will have traveled with it. For now, the chariot is still. The horses breathe. The valley holds its darkness like something precious, like something it knows it will have to release with the first whisper of dawn. Not yet. For now only this, the warmth, the quiet, the weight of your body resting in the dark, and somewhere at the edge of your awareness, patient, enormous, unhurried, the chariot waiting for the world to begin. The warmth you feel is real. It lives somewhere between your shoulders and the surface beneath you, a settled heaviness that belongs to this hour, to this particular quality of darkness, before anything has been asked of the world. Your breath moves in and out without effort. It has always moved this way, patient even, indifferent to whether you are watching it or not. Let it continue without you. Somewhere at the western edge of the sky, far beyond the reach of any waking thought, there is a valley, The old texts name it Ro, the Valley of Light. Oh, that name carries a kind of irony, because in the hour before dawn, no light lives here. The valley holds only the memory of light, and the promise of it, and the long blue-gray darkness that precedes both. It is here that the chariot waits. The valley is deep, the kind of deep that belongs to places that have been still for a very long time. The walls of it are not rock exactly. They are more like the edges of perception, the place where your vision softens and stops at the end of a long, sleepless night. The floor of the valley is moss, or something like moss, a softness underfoot that accepts weight and closes gently around it, the way the body accepts a bed after a long journey. And at the center of the valley, rooted in the western earth at the far end of the sky, there grows a tree. The texts call it Romu, the Ro tree, and describe it as the western mirror of the great Fusang tree that stands at the eastern edge of the world, where Fusang catches the first fire of morning, rising from the deep sea to hold the sun as it climbs. The Ro tree holds the sun's light as it descends in the evening, receiving it back into the earth at the close of each day. The two trees stand at opposite ends of the world's axis. They are the pillars of the sky, not literal pillars, not stone, not iron, but the living pillars that all old cosmologies seem to require, 2 points between which everything else is suspended, like a thread held taut between 2 resting hands. Fusang in the east, the Ro tree in the west, and between them the long arc of the day. The Ro tree is enormous in the old descriptions, enormous in the way that things are enormous when they exist at the boundary between the visible world and the world that contains it. Its roots go down into the earth at the sky's western edge. Its branches reach upward to the same blue-gray dark that fills the valley now. You cannot see its full height from where you rest. Only the lower branches are visible, thick and dark, moving very slowly in a wind you cannot feel from here, a wind that belongs to a different layer of the world entirely. The bark of the tree is smooth, the texts suggest, and warm in the way that stone is warm after holding sunlight all day, giving back the stored heat in the hours of darkness. If you were to press a hand against it, you would feel that warmth. Not sharp, not bright, the slow warmth of something that has held fire and released it and holds the memory of fire still. Your own body carries that same quality now. The day that moved through you, whatever it carried, wherever it took you, has moved through and left a residue of warmth in your muscles, your hands, the quiet weight of your limbs resting where they rest. The Ruo tree holds the memory of every evening. Your body holds the memory of this one. Nearby, perhaps a short walk from the valley floor, the distance here is soft, is approximate. There is a pool. It is called Shānhǎijīng, the Xian pool, sometimes translated as the dwelling pool or the lustrous pool. The name implies a quality of surface, something between a mirror and a depth, a water that doesn't simply reflect, but seems to contain. This is where the sun's horses drink before the journey begins. Think of that for a moment, not as a story detail, not as mythology, but as a physical description of a real moment in the day's cosmology. Before the sun can rise, before the first station can be reached, the horses that pull the chariot must be brought to this water. They must drink. They must take in the darkness of the pool and carry it with them into the growing light. Every dawn begins here, at this quiet pool, in this blue stillness, with the sound of horses drinking from water that holds the last of the night. The pool is calm. That's the primary quality of it, an almost impossible calm, the kind of stillness that requires no effort to maintain, that has never been disturbed by wind or season or the passage of 10,000 dawns. The surface of it is the same color as the inside of your eyelids right now. Not black, not empty, a deep, soft, living dark. The dark of a space that is full, not hollow. Your breathing has slowed. You might notice this, the way each breath requires just a little less effort than the one before, as if the body is remembering how simple this is, how it has always known how to do this, how it was doing this long before you began to pay attention to it. The pool breathes the same way. There is a very faint movement on its surface, not a ripple exactly, more like the pulse of something living deep below. Slow, steady, indifferent to time. The horses stand at the edge of the pool. They are not restless. Nothing in this valley is restless. The hour before dawn does not permit restlessness. They stand at the water's edge, with their heads lowered, and the sound of their drinking is the only sound in the valley, soft and rhythmic and already beginning to slow. They drink as if they have all the time in the world. They do. The chariot waits behind them on the valley floor. It is not a small thing, the chariot that carries the sun through 16 stations of a single day. But in this hour, in this valley, with the ruo tree standing over everything, and the pool reflecting its own quiet depth, the chariot seems settled, at rest, no different from a stone, a fallen branch, anything that waits without impatience. Its wheels have not yet been hitched. The traces hang loose in the soft dark. The first station, the Valley of Light, the station the chariot must leave before the journey can properly begin, is here, in this valley, in this stillness. The cosmology does not begin with the sunrise. It begins in the dark before the sunrise, with the horses drinking and the ruo tree standing at the sky's western edge, and the chariot resting on moss in a valley no one will ever visit because it exists at the outer boundary of the world. This is where the day is assembled, in the quiet. There is a quality to this kind of darkness that is different from ordinary night. Ordinary night is the absence of the day that just passed, the gap between one day and the next. But the darkness of the Ruo Valley, the darkness at the western pillar of the sky, is not a gap. It is a ground. It is the substance out of which the day will emerge, the way a sound emerges from silence without diminishing the silence. The darkness here is generous. It holds the ruo tree's warmth and the pool's depth and the horse's breathing and the chariot's patient wait, and it holds all of these things without strain, the way the ground holds everything built upon it, without noticing, without effort, without end. Your body is part of this now. The weight of your arms, your legs, your hands resting where they rest. This weight belongs to the same order of things as the valley floor, the moss, the still water. Everything heavy, everything warm, everything that has released its hold on the day and settled into what is underneath. You are not asleep, not yet. You are in the valley before the journey begins, in that particular suspended moment between the end of one day and the beginning of the next, where nothing is required of you, where the horses haven't been hitched, where the ruo tree stands in its warm darkness, waiting for the world to ask it to let the sun go. The old cosmology imagined something beautiful here, a world with a spine, Fusang in the east, the ruo tree in the west, and the long daily arc between them. The sun does not wander, it travels a path. 16 named stations, each one a phase of the light, each one a quality of experience so distinct that the people who mapped this sky gave each one its own name. not just morning and noon and evening, but the small return and the great return, and the valley of sorrow and the settling of darkness. Every phase of the day had its name, every phase had its place, and the journey begins here, in the valley at the world's western edge, in the dark that the ruo tree holds and the pool reflects, and the horses carry in their bellies, as they lift their heads from the water and stand, patient and enormous, at the threshold of the first station, not yet moving, still. The darkness is whole, the warmth is real, the ruo tree breathes above it all, or something moves in its branches that resembles breathing, slow and deep and indifferent to the coming light. The second pillar of the world stands in its place, and to the east, far away, at the other end of the sky's long axis, the fusang tree is waiting to receive what will come to it at the moment the journey ends and the new one begins. The fusang tree is waiting. That is the first thing to understand about the eastern shore of the world. It has always been waiting. Not in the way that something waits when it is anxious or uncertain, but in the way that a mountain waits, or the bottom of a deep river waits. Still, patient, present. Your body is heavy now, settled into whatever surface holds you. You can feel that weight, the soft press of the earth beneath the mattress, beneath the floor, beneath everything. You are held. There is nothing required of you in this moment. Let your hands go soft where they rest. The chariot has not yet arrived at Fusang. There is still that long movement through the dark, that passage from the western threshold where the ruo tree breathes, and the horses lift their heads from still water. The darkness between the western pillar and the eastern one is not empty. It is the darkness of the sky before any light has entered it. A darkness that has weight and texture, that presses gently against everything it touches. But the fusang tree is already there. It has always been there. The texts that preserve its image, the old records known as the Shānhǎijīng, the classic of mountains and seas, described Fusang as growing at a place called Tang Valley, Tanggu, at the edge of the eastern sea. The sea there is called the Deep Water, and Fusang's roots reach down into it, down past the surface where light can still enter, down past the dark middle water, down to where the sea floor is cold and still, and where no current moves. The roots drink from that depth. They have been drinking for longer than there have been names for anything. And above the surface of the water, the tree rises. Notice that your breathing has slowed a little more than it was a moment ago. The chest rises. The chest falls. There is a rhythm in that movement that has been with you since the beginning of your life, steady and unasked for. The fusang tree rises from the water in the way that very old trees rise. Not quickly, not with urgency, but with the certainty of something that has already arrived and simply continues arriving. Its trunk is not described in those old records with the precision of a carpenter's drawing. It is described the way you might describe a thing seen at the edge of vision. Large, present, luminous in some quality that does not come from reflecting light, but from something the tree carries within itself. The branches spread in two great directions, not east and west, not simply left and right, but upward in two distinct reaches, one slightly lower than the other, each capable of holding what needs to be held. The lower branches face the water. The upper branches face the sky. This is where the sun rests between its passings. Not just one sun, but in the older layer of the myth, the layer before the sky was cleaned and ordered. 9 suns resting in the lower branches, while the 10th makes its daily journey. 9 lights resting in the branches over the deep water, while 1 light moves across the world. But that older layer belongs to another night, another telling. Tonight there is 1 sun, 1 chariot, 1 journey moving through the 16 stations from darkness to darkness. And the first station after the deep night is this, the valley called Tanggu, the valley where Fusang grows, the place the itinerary calls Fusang itself, a station named not for the journey's beginning, but for the tree that marks it, the way you might name a place not for what happened there, but for what has always stood there. Your jaw has softened. Your shoulders have settled a little lower than they were. The darkness behind your closed eyes is its own kind of deep water, and you are not sinking into it so much as simply resting in it, suspended the way the roots of Fusang are suspended in the cold dark of the eastern sea, still, held, fed by what they cannot see. The chariot arrives at Fusang. This is the moment in the itinerary when the journey transitions from its hidden passage, that dark arc beneath the world, into its visible one. The sun has been moving through the underside of the sky through the cold part of the axis, and now it arrives at the eastern tree, at the roots that reach into the abyss, at the place where the water meets the air, and the air meets the first possibility of light. Nothing has changed yet in the quality of the sky. The water is dark. The tree is dark or nearly dark. It is a shape against a slightly less dark sky, a presence rather than a brightness. The horses come to rest beneath the lower branches. The driver sits still on the chariot. This is not the light arriving. This is the moment before the light arrives, which is its own kind of station, its own named quality in the record the old text preserves. The station called Fusang is simply this, the chariot beneath the tree, the world still dark, and the knowledge that the sun is in its place. Something in that image is restful. A thing that has traveled through darkness all night now arrived at its eastern anchor, at rest beneath the tree, the roots below it drinking from the deep, the branches above it holding the dark sky open, the way a hand held above a candle holds the warm air in. Your hands are soft, your feet are soft, the weight of your body is entirely given over to what holds you. Then the next station opens. The itinerary names it Danming, dawn brightness. This is the station the old records place after Fusang, after the chariot has taken its position beneath the eastern tree, after the horses have stood still in the pre-dawn dark. Dawn brightness is not the full light of morning. It is the moment before that, the whitening that comes before color returns, the first gradation in what had been a solid, undifferentiated dark. It is the sky beginning to remember what it can become. There is a particular quality to that whitening that anyone who has been awake before dawn will recognize somewhere in the body, even now. It is not bright. It is not warm yet. It is a softening of the dark rather than a replacement of it, as if the dark were slowly becoming transparent, as if the sky were a great thickness of still water, and somewhere on the other side of it, something was beginning to glow. The eastern horizon, which had been simply the place where the dark sky met the dark earth, begins to hold a distinction. This is dawn brightness. The old texts do not elaborate on its feeling in the way they might describe a mountain's height or a river's depth. They simply name it, Danming, The light is brightening. The sky is entering the phase of brightening. The journey has moved from Fusang into its next named station, and the next station is called what it is. And there is something in that simplicity that is itself restful. The idea that the world's makers, the people who first wrote these names down on silk and wood and bamboo, understood that some experiences do not require explanation. Some things are simply what they are named for. The sky whitens. The world becomes possible again. That is enough. That is the whole of dawn brightness. Your breath moves in. Your breath moves out. The sky at Fusang is beginning to hold its first pale edge of light. Not gold yet. Not the warm colors that come later in the journey when the chariot is high and moving through the middle stations. This is a cooler light. A light that belongs to water more than fire. It comes from the direction of the deep sea, from the direction of the abyss where Fusang's roots have been drinking all night. And it moves upward through the tree the way water moves upward through living wood, slowly, without sound. The branches of Fusang begin to be visible. Not bright, simply visible, the way a shape becomes visible when the darkness around it lifts by a single degree. The massive trunk, the two reaches of branch, the leaves that the old records sometimes describe as the color of deep jade when the light final touches them. Not yet. This is the moment before the jade-colored light. This is still the cool water light of dawn brightness, the station where the world is only becoming. Everything is suspended in that becoming. The chariot is at rest beneath the tree. The horses are still. The driver has not yet lifted the reins. The sun, the light at the center of the chariot, the warmth that will travel all the way through the 16 stations to the place called settled darkness, is present, but not yet turned toward the sky. It is still oriented toward the roots, toward the deep water, toward the darkness that fed it through the long night. Then something shifts, very slowly, the way that sleep shifts, not from one clear state to another, but through a long, gradual movement that you can only describe in retrospect. You were awake, and then something moved in you, and then you were somewhere else. The light turns toward the sky. Dawn brightness deepens into itself. The whitening at the horizon becomes a little warmer, a little wider. The tree's upper branches catch the first of it. Just the tips, just the highest leaves, a brightness barely distinguishable from the sky's own brightening. But it is there. Your body knows this quality of light, even now. It is the quality of early morning before the day has made any demands, before sound returns, before the world requires anything of you. It is the station in the body's own day, when rest has been most thorough, and consciousness is still close to whatever it rests in during sleep. The world is becoming possible again, station by station, the way it always does. The chariot begins to lift from beneath the lower branches of Fusang, drawn upward by the turning of the light. The roots of the great tree drink from the abyss below. The leaves begin to hold their color. The sky continues its slow whitening at the eastern edge of the world, where the sea meets the first air, and the first air meets the first light. The next station waits ahead on the long arc. The journey moves on, patient, unhurried, following the order the old names laid down, each station in its place, each phase of the day known and held in the keeping of the itinerary. The chariot carries what it carries, and the driver holds what needs to be held, and the horses know the way without being told, because they have traveled it since before the world had mornings to count. The chariot climbs above the branches of the great tree, above the sea that holds the tree's deep roots, above the place where light is born from darkness each morning. The chariot climbs, and the sky opens wider as it rises. You feel this in the way the air changes around you. Not a movement of wind, something quieter than that. A brightening that is also a softening. The way a room fills slowly with morning light until you realize, without having watched it happen, that you can see everything clearly now. The horses move at a steady pace. They have moved this way since before the world had a name for patience. Their hooves find the arc of the sky the same way water finds the lowest place, not by effort, but by the natural shape of things. Below, the world turns its face upward. The chariot passes through the stations it passed through in the dawn, each one behind it now. Dawn brightness, where the sky whitened and the horizon drew itself into being. Fosang, where the great tree still stands in the eastern sea, its leaves holding their fire, its roots drinking from the deep. These stations belong to the morning, and the morning is complete. Now the chariot is moving through the long ascent of the middle hours. There is something you can sense at this altitude, a quality of light that belongs only to the sky above the midpoint of the day. It is not the warm gold of morning. It is not the amber of afternoon. It is white, nearly white, the color of something that has burned away every quality that was not itself, and arrived at a kind of transparency. You feel it on your skin, or you remember the feeling of it, that particular stillness a very bright day carries, when the light falls straight down, and the world seems to have paused inside the hour. The chariot approaches the station called Kunwu. In the old itinerary, the complete itinerary, with all 16 stations named and held in their proper order, the station called Kunwu is known as the station of Zhengzhong. True noon, the true middle. Not the middle of time exactly, but the middle of the arc. The place where the chariot is neither rising nor falling, where the angle of ascent has spent itself, and the angle of descent has not yet begun. It is the station where shadow disappears. This is what the old records mean when they say true noon. The sun is directly overhead, and the shadow that follows a person or a stone or a standing tree all morning, that thin, dark companion, simply ceases. It has nowhere to fall. Everything is its own shadow for one moment, and then that moment is gone, and the shadow begins to reappear on the other side. Let your breathing slow a little here. There is something deeply restful in that image. Not the brightness itself, but the moment of no shadow. The idea that for one breath at the center of the day, nothing has a dark side. Nothing throws its darkness behind it. Everything simply stands in the full weight of the light, and is for a moment entirely itself. Your body is heavy against the surface beneath you. Your breath moves without effort, in and out, and there is no need to hold anything or carry anything forward. The chariot rests at Kunwu. Not rests in the way of stalking, rests in the way of a thing that has found its exact place in the middle of a movement, neither leaving nor arriving, simply present at the highest point of the arc. The old text called the Huáinánzǐ, the text from which the 16 stations were drawn, contains a shorter itinerary, a compressed version that covers the same journey in fewer stops. Some readers of that text know only that shorter version. The sun rises in the east, crosses the sky, sets in the west. The broad shape of the day, the essential fact without the texture. But the full itinerary, the one with all 16 stations, each one named, each one carrying its own quality, that version gives something the shorter version cannot. It gives the stations themselves. It gives Kunwu with its name that means true noon, so that the mind can pause there and feel what true noon actually is. Not the middle of a line, but a living moment with a weight and a texture, and a quality of light specific to itself. The shorter version moves through, the longer version stays. And there is something in that distinction that matters more now, in this hour, than it might at another time. The mind that stays in each station, that does not rush toward the next one, does not lean ahead into afternoon or evening, that mind finds something in each station that cannot be found from a distance. The brightness here is complete. It is not harsh. At this altitude, seen from the stillness you are resting inside, it is simply full as light can be, before it begins its turn toward softness. You can almost feel the warmth of it without the heat. The idea of warmth, the memory of warmth, settling along your shoulders and across the backs of your hands. The horses stand at the height of the arc. The driver holds the reins loosely. There is nothing to guide at this moment. The arc itself is the guide. And the station holds it for a breath. One breath in the enormous breathing of the day, before the descent takes over. Think of that loosely held rein. There is a quality of release in it. Not abandonment, not the letting go of something lost. The release of a hand that has been holding firmly all morning and has earned for one moment at noon the right to simply hold without gripping. Your jaw softens, your shoulders, wherever they have been carrying the small weights of the day, drop a little further into the surface beneath you. The station of Kunwu is the only place in all 16 stations where the world is symmetrical. Behind the chariot, Fusang and the eastern sea, dawn brightness and the morning hours, the ascent in its entirety. Ahead, all the stations of the afternoon and evening, each with its name, each with its quality. Sorrow Valley and Female Record, the paired stations of evening, the darkening that leads at last to Meng Valley and settled darkness. But here, at Kunwu, the two halves of the day are exactly balanced. What has passed equals what is to come. The light that has brightened the world all morning will soften through the afternoon in equal measure. The great arc, which the old astronomers traced and named and recorded with such precision, is at its exact center. There is something in this that the body already knows, not the mind's knowing with its habit of naming and measuring, a deeper knowing, the kind that lives in the breath and the weight of limbs at rest, the kind that recognizes a true center when it finds one and simply stops. The chariot floats at Kunwu. The sky around it is very blue, a blue so deep and pale at once that it has no name except sky. The light falls straight down. The horses breathe. Below, across the whole surface of the world, every shadow has gathered itself beneath the thing that casts it and gone still. Every tree stands directly on its own shadow, every stone, every low hill. This is the station. This is what was lost in the abbreviated itinerary and what is found when you stay, when the traveler or the listener or the day itself pauses long enough to feel the difference between crossing a station and dwelling in one. You are dwelling here. Your breathing is slow and even, and there is no urgency in it. In and out, the body resting fully on the surface beneath it. The mind still as water in a bowl that no one is carrying. The brightness of Kunwu holds a little longer. True noon is not a single second in the keeping of the old itinerary. It is a station, a place with its own weight and duration, its own quality of air and light. The chariot passes through it at the pace of all natural things, not rushing, not lingering beyond its proper time, but moving at the pace that belongs to it. Soon the ark will begin its long descent toward the west. The first station of the afternoon, bird rest, where the quality of light makes its first, barely perceptible shift, waits ahead on the path the old names laid down, but not yet. The horses are still, the rein rests in the driver's open hand, the shadow of the chariot lies directly beneath the wheels, a neat dark circle pressed against the floor of the world far below. The brightness holds, the day holds its breath at the center of itself. And somewhere beneath the long arc of the sky, in the warmth and weight of this hour, you are resting too, each one a little slower, each one a little less effortful than the one before. The station of Kunwu turns in the slow movement of the day. The chariot is still, and the still point of the day holds you both in the same brightness, the same pause, the same moment before the turning. The turning comes without announcement. There is no sound, no shift in the wind, no signal from the driver's hand. And yet something has changed. Something so small that you might not name it if you tried. Something felt rather than seen, a quality of light that is not quite what it was a moment ago. The brightness is the same. The sky is still wide and open above the chariot's gold rim. The horses stand at their full height, their bodies warm and steady in the air. And yet, something has tilted. You breathe in slowly. The warmth on your skin, yes, still warm, still full, still the warmth of a long day held open. And yet somewhere at the edge of that warmth, where it meets the skin of your arm or the skin of your face, there is a quality, a softness perhaps, or the first faint settling of light toward something gentler that was not there before. The old names knew this moment. They named a station for it, bird rest. The word arrives quietly. It does not demand anything. It simply settles, the way a bird settles on a branch at the end of a long crossing, not landing dramatically, not arriving with noise or urgency, but folding its wings with a small, unhurried precision and becoming still. The station called Bird Rest, Miaozi, marks what the texts describe as the small return, not the great turning, not the final descent, but the first almost imperceptible tilt in the day's trajectory. The sun has not begun to fall. It has only let go of noon. You notice the word small. The return is small. The old namers were precise. They did not call this moment the end of anything. They called it the small beginning of a return, a single degree of arc, a single breath of change held inside the larger motion of the day. The horses take a step, just one step, slow and deliberate, the great hooves settling into the road of heaven with a weight that barely registers, a sound that would be silence if silence could have texture. The reins shift in the driver's hands, not taut. The driver is not pulling, not steering, just holding, feeling the horses choose their direction. They have turned, not sharply, not with effort, They have simply begun, as water begins to find a lower path, to move in the direction the day requires. Your own breath settles now. Feel the weight of your body where it presses against the surface beneath you. The long work of the day, the brightness of Kunwu, the full upward arc from the valley of light to the still point at noon. That work is complete. Your body knows this in the way bodies always know before the mind has named it. A softening somewhere in the chest, a small release at the shoulders, the particular heaviness that comes not from weariness, but from completion. You have done what the day asked of you, and now the light begins its long walk home. The horses move at an even pace, unhurried, and the sky around the chariot holds the color of midday still, broad and pale and open. But the light that falls through it is different now. It falls at a slightly different angle. It touches things from a direction they were not expecting, finding the sides of stones rather than their tops, finding the long faces of mountains rather than their crowns. This is the light of bird rest, a light that has finished its climbing and now moves parallel to the earth for a time, walking beside things rather than over them, and the day moves with it. The horses carry the chariot forward, and the sky slowly begins to remember that it knows how to hold a warmer color than white. The station of bird rest passes behind. In the way that one landscape becomes another when you are traveling slowly, not through any single moment of change, but through the accumulation of small differences until you realize the hills are a different shape now. The air smells of something new. The road has softened underfoot. In that way, bird rest gives way to the next station, Sorrow Valley, Beigou. The name does not rush in. It arrives the way the feeling arrives, gradually at the edge of the afternoon, in the particular quality of light that belongs to the hour when the day has begun unmistakably to decline. Rest for a moment in that name, Sorrow Valley. Not sorrow as in grief, not sorrow as in loss, not a darkness or a wound. The old Chinese feeling of Bei is closer to tenderness, a full-hearted ache, the feeling of loving something while knowing it will pass, the feeling that comes when something beautiful is still present, but already on its way elsewhere. You know this feeling. Your body knows it. It arrives in the late afternoon when the light turns amber and the shadows begin to stretch long and warm across the floor of a room, when the smell of a meal being prepared reaches you from somewhere else in the house, when the day announces quietly, not tragically but honestly, that it will not last forever. This is the station the text called Beigou, the station of the evening meal's hour, the station of the body's first knowing. Let that knowing move through you now. Breathe out slowly. Feel where your body is heavy, the back of your head, the weight of your shoulders, the long quiet settling of your legs. This is the heaviness of the late afternoon. This is what Sorrow Valley feels like from the inside. Not emptiness, but fullness nearing its own edge. The day has been full. The light has been full. And now, with the fullness still present, the body begins to prepare, not for loss, but for rest. The sun moves through this valley without stopping. That is the nature of all 16 stations. They are not places of rest, but places of passage. Named not because the sun lingers, but because something is recognized there. The old namers walked outside at this hour and felt it, the particular quality of the late afternoon light, the way it makes everything it touches look more itself than it did at noon, more particular, more finite, more beloved, and they wrote a name for it. They said, "We have been here before, and we will come here again, and we want to remember what it feels like." Sorrow Valley. The horses move through it now at a steady, softening pace. The light around the chariot has shifted entirely into the register of afternoon. The kind of warmth that has been given all day and has not yet faded. But it is warm in a lower key now, warm the way a stone is warm in the late afternoon, having held the sun's heat since morning, and now giving it slowly back to the cooling air. You are lying in that warmth. The surface beneath you holds you the way warm stone holds. Not actively, not effortfully, simply present, simply beneath you, accepting your weight without resistance. Your breathing has slowed further. Each breath draws in the warmth and lets it go again, takes it in and releases it. The way the valley floor takes in the sun and releases it as the evening comes. There is something in this hour that the morning does not have. The morning has brightness, clarity, the sharp edge of beginning. But this hour, the hour of Sorrow Valley, the hour of Bay, has something richer, something more rounded. It has the fullness of a day that has been lived. It has all the light that has fallen since dawn, gathered now in the low angle of the afternoon sun, softened and amber and complete. You do not need to reach for anything. The day has already given what it has to give, and the chariot moves through Sorrow Valley with that understanding. The driver's hands loose on the reins, the horses' heads lower than at noon, their breathing deep and rhythmic, their enormous flanks warm and dark against the amber air, their hooves finding the road without effort, each step carrying the weight of everything the day has been. The valley holds them, and it holds you. You breathe in the amber warmth of this station, and your body knows, not as a thought, not as a decision, but as a sensation moving slowly through the length of you, from your chest to your feet, that something has been completed. That the upward arc of the day, the long bright climbing from the valley of light, through the pool of still water, through Fusang, through the slow brightening to noon, through the still point at Kunwu, all of that has happened. All of that is behind you now. What is ahead is the long walk home, and the long walk home is soft. It is amber and warm and unhurried. It is the smell of a meal, the sound of a door in the distance, the feeling of being expected somewhere safe. It is the body beginning, without urgency, to set down what it has been carrying. Sorrow Valley passes beneath the chariot's wheels. The horses do not pause. The day does not wait. But the name lingers, the way names sometimes linger, carrying its feeling gently forward into the next station, into the next breath, into the long, slow, golden afternoon that stretches now before the chariot's path. You feel it in the weight of your limbs. You feel it in the ease of your breathing. The day is turning toward rest, and your body is turning with it, and somewhere far along the road ahead, the chariot is passing into new territory, the territory of the great return, where the descent becomes certain, where the commitment is made, where the sky's long reddening begins to draw everything quietly toward the earth. There is a station ahead where the sky receives a name, not the name of a place exactly, not the name of a mountain or a valley carved by water. The name given to this station belongs to something older than geography. It belongs to the act of witnessing itself. The station is called Nuji, female record. You can rest with that name for a moment. There is no need to move through it quickly. The chariot is slowing, the horses finding their rhythm in the long descent, and the name Nuji settles over the afternoon the way dusk settles over water, not all at once, but gradually, from the edges inward. Your body is still. Your breathing has found a pace that requires nothing from you. The weight of your limbs against the surface beneath you is comfortable and certain, the way stone is certain, the way the earth below stone is certain. You carry nothing right now. There is nothing to carry. Female record. The old texts did not choose their names carelessly. Each station in the sun's long itinerary carries a meaning shaped over a very long time, shaped by people who watch the sky every day of their lives and noticed that certain hours carried certain feelings the way certain vessels carry certain water. They gave the feelings names. They gave the hours names. And the name they gave to this station where the sun commits fully to its descent, is the name of a woman who records, a witness, a keeper. There is something in that image worth holding gently. A witness is not someone who acts. A witness is someone who remains present, someone who sees clearly and remembers what was seen. The feminine principle named in this station is not the principle of doing, it is the principle of knowing, of measuring, of holding the full arc of a thing in memory so that nothing is lost. The sun reaches this station and the sky begins its long reddening. Not quickly, not dramatically, the way a slow tide brings warmth across cold sand. The color changes without announcing itself, without asking permission. The blue overhead deepens slightly towards something warmer. The shadows on the earth grow longer, softer, no longer pointing straight down but leaning gently in the direction the sun is traveling, as if the world itself is beginning to incline toward rest. This is what the name records. This moment, this tilting, you feel it in your body. A softness that has been arriving for some time now has reached your shoulders, your jaw, the muscles around your eyes. Your breath moves in and out with very little effort. The in-breath arrives on its own, the out-breath releases on its own. There is nothing to manage. The breath, like the sun, knows its own itinerary. The Great Return. That is what the old astronomers called this station in their fuller accounting. Nuji, the Great Return, where the small return at bird rest was a suggestion, a gentle inclination of the light. The Great Return is a commitment. The chariot has passed the point where turning back was possible. Not that it would have turned back, not that the sun ever hesitates, but there is a moment in every arc when the direction becomes inevitable. When the far point of the circle has been passed and the path home has begun, this is that moment. And notice what they named it, not the great loss, not the great falling, the great return, the return. The journey outward was only half of a thing that was always meant to come back. The valley of light where the chariot was first hitched, the great fusang tree where the horses drank the deep cold water of the abyss. Those were the beginning of a circle, not the beginning of a line. A circle does not lose anything at its far end. A circle is always at every point on its way back. Your body understands this in the way bodies understand things that the thinking mind sometimes complicates. Your chest rises and falls in a circle. Your heart moves in a circle. The blood moves outward and returns in a rhythm so old and so constant that you stopped noticing it long ago. And now, in the slow warmth of this hour, in the long reddening that is just beginning at the edges of the sky, your body remembers that it knows how to complete a circle. The softening deepens. Your hands are heavy. Your feet are heavy. The surface beneath you holds all of that weight without effort, the way the earth holds everything without effort, stones and rivers and the roots of very old trees. And now you, resting, and the whole quiet weight of the afternoon pressing down into the dusk. Nuji records all of it. That is her work. The feminine witness at this station, the keeper of what is past. The valley of light is remembered. The stillness of Zien Pool is remembered. Those silver horses with their heads bent to the water, the reeds at the water's edge, the last cool silence before the day's work began. Fusang is remembered, the great tree with its roots in the deep abyss, its highest branches bright with the first fire of morning. Dawn brightness is remembered. Kunwu at true noon, where the shadows disappeared and the sun stood directly overhead, and time held its breath, that is remembered too. Bird Rest is remembered, and Sorrow Valley with its golden slant of light, its feeling of something beautiful and finite, its quiet weight in the chest. All of it is held. Nothing is discarded. Nothing is hurried past. The record is complete, and the record is gentle, and the record does not judge what it contains. It simply keeps it, the way deep water keeps the image of the sky. You feel the ease of being witnessed without judgment. You feel the ease of a day that has been fully lived, fully traveled, held now in memory that is not yours to maintain. Someone else is keeping the record. Something older and quieter than you is keeping the record. You can let go. The chariot moves through the station called Female Record, and the horses pull steadily, and the wheels turn, and the sun descends another degree toward the horizon. The reddening at the edges of the sky is more visible now, not urgent, not alarming, simply present the way all beautiful endings are present, inevitable and slow, and somehow warmer than what came before. The air in this station has a quality to it that the earlier hours did not have. It is softer, more still. The sounds of the world, if there were sounds, if you were listening for sounds, would seem to come from a greater distance now, muffled slightly, as if the thickening afternoon air were absorbing them before they could arrive. You are simply resting inside the warmth, inside the weight, inside the long, slow turning that the old astronomers named and measured and recorded in their careful texts. The great return is not a loss. It was never a loss. The far arc of the circle has been reached, and now the circle is completing itself. Every point on the return is a point closer to rest. Every degree of descent is a degree of arrival. The sun is not falling. The sun is returning, unhurried along the path that was always the second half of the only path there was. Your body has known this all day. Your body began softening towards sleep the moment you lay down. Began the long, slow return from waking without needing to be told. The temperature of the surface beneath you has matched the temperature of your skin. The breath has slowed. The thoughts, if there were thoughts, have grown quieter, more like weather observed from inside a warm room than weather experienced directly. Nuji holds all of this in her record. The station passes. The chariot moves. The horses do not pause. Ahead, the sky is gathering its last warmth into the lower registers of color, the ambers and deep golds that belong to the hours before dusk, the hours when the world seems to glow from within rather than being lit from above. The road the chariot travels is softer now, the dust of the long afternoon rising barely at all from the wheels, settling almost immediately back to earth. The names of the next stations wait patiently in the distance, as all stations wait, as all moments wait, without urgency, without demand. They will arrive when the sun arrives. They will receive the chariot and release it, and pass into the long record that Nuji keeps, along with every other station, along with every other hour of every day that has ever moved from light toward darkness along this path. You are breathing slowly. You are warm. The day is behind you now in the same way that the morning stations are behind the chariot, held in memory, complete, at rest. The distance between waking and this moment feels very long and very gentle, like a road traveled without hurry, like the full arc of a circle that always knew where it was going. The great return. The sun carries that name now as it moves through the long descent. The sky at the edge of the world is turning. The horses walk on. And somewhere below the threshold of thought, where the body simply knows what it knows, the same turning is happening in you. Quiet, certain, soft as the reddening of a sky that has been this color before, that will be this color again, that is this color now, deepening slowly toward the stations of dusk that wait ahead with their heavy, amber names. The stations of dusk do not arrive all at once. They come one by one, the way a room grows darker, not in a single moment, but in slow degrees. The corner first, then the ceiling, then the space where you are lying, softening imperceptibly around you, until the light is gone and you realize you never saw it leave. Your body knows this kind of arriving. Feel the weight of it now, the full length of you pressing gently into whatever is beneath you, heavier than it was an hour ago, heavier than it was even a few moments ago. The breath moves in and out with no effort required. It simply continues. The chest rises, falls and settles a little lower each time. The arms are still. The hands are open, or nearly open. The fingers loosely curled, holding nothing. There is nothing to hold. The chariot is moving through the later hours now, and the quality of the light around it has changed. This is the first thing the old texts notice about these stations. Not the angle of the sun, not the position of the horses, but the quality, the texture of the light itself. Because as the day moves into its long final portion, the light does not simply diminish. It thickens. It deepens in color the way water deepens in color when it grows still. What was white becomes gold. What was gold becomes amber. And amber is not a lesser light. It is a different light entirely, a light with weight in it, a light that presses gently against the things it touches. The station called the Abyss of You, Yuan Yu, arrives in that amber. Yuan, the word for abyss, for depth, for the still water at the bottom of something very old and very deep. And you alongside it, a name that carries the sense of a place just at the edge of things, a borderland, a threshold where two conditions of the world lean quietly against each other. The chariot crosses into this station, and the amber light comes with it. It is the hour when long shadows stretch themselves across the ground without hurry, when stone walls glow with a warmth that seems to come from inside them, rather than from the sky, when the surface of still water turns the color of honey, the color of the inside of a lantern seen from far away. The Abyss of You holds all of this. You can feel something like it in your own body right now. There is a warmth in the chest, low and steady, the way a stone holds warmth after the sun has moved on. The muscles along the back of the shoulders have let go of something they were carrying. The jaw is soft. The space behind the eyes is quiet and full, like a room after the last candle has been turned down, but before the darkness has fully claimed it. That in-between place where amber lives. This is where the chariot rests for a moment. Not stopping, the horses still walk. Their hooves still move through the long grass of the later sky, but the pace is gentled so thoroughly that it begins to resemble rest. The abyss of you is a deep station. It asks nothing of the one who passes through it. It only offers its amber, its weight, its sense of something enormous and still waiting beneath the surface of the hour. Let it come. The texts that record these 16 stations do not explain them. They name them, and the names are enough. The abyss of you is named, and the naming alone carries the quality of the place. Depth below depth, the light going down into something that does not end, a descent that is also a completion. The sun has been falling toward this station since it passed the great return, and now it is here, and the amber light is as full as it will ever be. Then the chariot moves on. The next station comes the way the next breath comes, not announced, not chosen, simply present. High Pestle. The texts call this station Gaochong, the High Pestle, and the image is a simple one. From a world where the sound of grain being ground was the sound of evening, the sound of the household preparing for rest. A pestle raised, still high, still carrying the full weight of what is about to happen. The chariot is that pestle now. It moves through the amber sky in a long arc downward, and the quality of that movement is exactly this: something heavy, something round, something held at its highest point for just a moment before gravity and the nature of things brings it down. Not violently, not suddenly, with the inevitability of weight finding its place, of a circle completing what it began long before the waking hours. Your own body is that pestle. Feel the heaviness of the arms, the heaviness of the legs, the way the back has surrendered into the surface beneath it, as completely as stone settles into earth. This is not a failure of the body. This is the body doing what it was made to do at this hour, in this dark, after this much traveling through the long light of the day. High pestle. The weight is held. The descent is beginning. The sky outside, or the sky you carry in your mind, the sky that lives behind closed eyelids, has turned from amber toward something deeper. Not dark yet, not the full dark of the later stations, but the blue that lives in amber's wake, the blue that arrives first at the horizon and slowly fills the rest of the sky from the ground upward, the way sleep arrives, from the edges inward, from the body upward, from the heaviness of the limbs toward the quieting of the mind. High pestle gives way to low pestle. Shāchong, the pestle come down, the grain already ground. This is the pairing that the old cosmology understood, that any descent has two halves, the high moment and the low, the held and the released, the one that is still becoming and the one that has already become. High pestle and low pestle together make a single gesture, the way inhale and exhale make a single breath, the way waking and sleeping make a single arc. You are in the exhale. You are in the low pestle, the coming down, the place where the weight has found the bottom of its motion and the sound of grinding has ceased, and the evening is fully itself at last. The chariot here, in this station, in this low amber dark, moves barely above the horizon. The horses' heads are down. They have been walking all day. They have carried the sun from the valley of light through every named place, through the morning brightness and the vertical fire of true noon, through the long afternoon stations and the great return, and now they are here, in the low pestle, where the day is almost done and the body knows it. Let the body know it now. There is no boundary any more between the world outside this moment and the world inside the myth, the window at the edge of the room, or the imagined window, the window that exists in the space behind the eyes, shows the same sky the chariot moves through, the same amber on the sill, the same blue arriving from the east where the fusang tree has long since gone quiet, its branches dark against a sky that is no longer paying attention to dawn. The day has traveled all the way across itself, and the evidence is in this light, this heaviness, this particular stillness that belongs only to the low pestle station, the hour when the grinding stops, when the household falls quiet, when the evening meal is finished, and the hands have been set down, and there is nothing left to do but breathe. The chest rises slowly, holds for just a moment at the top, then falls, and the fall is longer than the rise. And at the bottom of the fall there is a pause that is not anxious, not incomplete, only resting, only still, the way the low pestle rests after the work is done. The three stations are behind the chariot now, the abyss of you, where the amber thickened and the depth opened beneath the light. High pestle where the heaviness first became itself. Low pestle where the heaviness arrived and settled and was at last simply here, not descending anymore, only resting at the place where descending ends. The sky holds all three of them in the colors that remain. Amber still, at the very edge of the world where the horizon has not yet given itself over. Blue above that, spreading and deepening, the kind of blue that exists only between amber and darkness, that has no name in ordinary speaking, but that the body recognizes instantly. This is the blue that means rest is near, that means the long hours of light are behind you, that means the darkness will come soon, and it will be welcome, and you are already leaning toward it the way a tired thing leans toward the surface that will hold it. The chariot has not yet stopped. There are stations still ahead, the particular stations of the deepening dark, where the horses slow to almost nothing, and the sky gives its last color away. But those stations are not yet here. For this moment the chariot is between, past the paired pestles, past the amber abyss, moving through this last of the colored sky with the quiet certainty of something that has always known where it is going, and you are moving with it. There is no hurry. The breath continues. The weight continues. The darkness gathers slowly at the edges of the sky and the edges of the mind, and it is soft, and it is familiar, and it has been coming since the moment the chariot left the Valley of Light this morning, a morning that feels very long ago now, a morning that belongs to another part of the day, a brightness that the body has long since used and set aside. The hanging chariot waits ahead. The yellow dusk waits ahead, where the light will have one more color to give before it gives everything to the dark. But that station is still a little way off, and for this moment, between the low pestle and what comes next, the chariot simply moves through the blue-amber evening sky, and the horses breathe, and the body rests, and the stations of the deep night lean in from the east, like something that has always been there, patient, waiting for the light to finish its long and beautiful work. The horses slow. It happens without announcement, without any particular moment you could point to and say, there, that is when it changed. The slowing is gradual, the way sleep itself is gradual, the way a river widens as it approaches the sea, and the current becomes something you no longer feel pressing against you, but simply moving with you, carrying you. The chariot eases forward through the evening sky, and the sky itself has changed color. It is not the gold of midday. It is not the amber of the abyss of you, that warm and heavy light that pressed so gently on the body like a hand placed flat against the chest. It is not the blue that lives at the far edge of afternoon, What the sky holds now is something the old texts call huanghun, yellow dusk, a color that belongs to no other hour in the whole turning of the day. Not gold, not gray, not the orange of a fire, something between all of these, something that exists only in this particular slant of the world, only in this brief passage between the last warmth of the day and the first true settling of the dark. You have seen this color before. You have seen it from a window, from a doorway, from the edge of a field or a road at the close of a day that has asked much of you. And something in the body recognizes it before the mind does. A loosening, a slowing of the breath, a sense that the work of the day has been witnessed and recorded and is now, quietly, being released. The station the chariot approaches is called Huáinánzǐ, hanging chariot. The name itself carries the feeling, something suspended, something that has traveled a great distance and is now arrived at a point of near stillness, held between motion and rest, between the last of the journey and the beginning of the night. The chariot hangs above the horizon, its wheels barely turning, the horses moving in something closer to a walk than anything the morning knew. Feel the weight of your body now, the full weight of it, pressing downward, softening into the surface beneath you. The weight has been there all along. It has been there since before you closed your eyes. But it is easier to notice now, in this hour of yellow dusk, when the whole world seems to be settling toward the earth, when even the sun has slowed its great wheel and allowed itself to be simply present, simply resting in the last of the light before the dark receives it. Your breath moves in, your breath moves out. The horses breathe too, somewhere above the horizon, their great bodies slowing in the yellow dusk air, their steps becoming lighter and more deliberate, the way any creature moves when it knows that rest is close. The chariot is suspended. This is not the pausing of something that is broken or turned back. It is the suspension that belongs to completion, to a thing that has done everything it was given to do, that has moved from the valley of light all the way across the wide arc of the sky, that has passed through every station, that has carried the light through dawn brightness and true noon, and the long afternoon and the amber of the early dusk, and has arrived here, at last, at Hanging Chariot, where the sky holds one more color before it holds no color at all. The details of the earlier stations are drifting now. You may find that the names are harder to hold. Fusang, where the roots drank from the deep water, and the first fire of morning was born, that is very far away. Kunwu, where the shadow disappeared, and the light stood perfectly vertical, and time held its breath, that belongs to another country of the day. Sorrow Valley with its particular slant of late afternoon feeling, and the great return of female record where the commitment to descent became certain. These two have softened at their edges, become more feeling than memory, more warmth than shape. This is how it is supposed to be. The journey through the 16 stations was never meant to be memorized or carried forward. It was meant to be moved through, the way the sun itself moves through each one, arriving fully, dwelling briefly, and then releasing it completely as the next station receives the light. You have dwelt in each one. You do not need to keep them. Let them drift. Let the names soften into the yellow dusk air, the way sound softens at the close of day, the way the edges of things become less distinct when the direct light is gone, and only this warm, particular, singular color remains, the color the old texts knew to name separately from all the other hours, Huanghun, yellow dusk. The chariot hangs above the horizon. The sky at this hour is very still. There is no turbulence in it, no movement of wind, no drama. The drama of the day ended long ago at the crest of Kunlun, when the light reached its peak and the whole world was illuminated with a clarity so complete it was almost unbearable. That is long past now. What remains is this: a stillness, a suspension, a color that is gentle and final, and somehow both at once. Your jaw has softened. Your hands are open, or they have begun to open, the small muscles releasing one by one without any instruction from you, the body doing what it knows to do when the light says what this light is saying. Your shoulders have dropped. The back of your neck is long and warm and still. The chariot waits in the dusk, and it is enormous, this thing, the apparatus of the day, the mechanism that has carried the light across the full breadth of the sky from the first waking of the world this morning to this moment of suspension above the thinning horizon. It is enormous, and it is nearly still, and something about that near stillness is the most restful thing you have encountered in the entire journey. Motion has its own kind of tension, even when the motion is beautiful, even when it carries light. But this almost stopping, this hanging, this requires nothing of you. You can simply be here while the chariot rests above the edge of the world. The horse's breathing slows further. Their steps above the horizon are very small now, very soft, as if they are no longer walking so much as drifting through the last of the yellow air, moving forward only because forward is where the dark waits, and the dark is where they will rest. The details of the chariot itself are hard to hold now. Earlier in the journey there was texture, the grain of the wood, the brightness of the fittings, the 10 suns described in the old stories as resting in the branches of the great tree before their daily turn. All of that has softened. What remains is not the chariot, but the sensation of it. Something large, something moving, something that has come to the edge of stillness and is resting there, suspended in the color that belongs to no other hour. The yellow dusk. It is the color of something remembered rather than seen. It is the color behind the eyelids when the day has been full and the body is ready, and the last light comes through the window, not to wake you but to tell you it is finished now, it is finished. You can release what remains of the afternoon. Release it. The chariot will continue without you needing to watch. The horses will carry it the last distance. The sky will deepen past yellow into something darker, something that has no color anymore, only depth. The next station waits in the east. Mang Valley, the settled darkness, where the chariot will finally come to rest, and the horses will stand still, and the night will be not an absence but a fullness, a completion, a darkness that has always been patient. But that is not yet. For now there is only this, the hanging, the yellow, the slow breath of something enormous coming gently to rest above the edge of the world. You are here. You are very still. The color holds you. The color releases you, slowly, without effort on your part. The yellow has done its work, held you, softened you, brought you to the edge of something, and now it lets go. The sky beyond the window deepens past what yellow can hold. It moves into blue so dark it is nearly not blue at all. It moves into something the old text simply calls settled, and the chariot moves with it. You don't need to follow. You're already there. Mang Valley, the valley called Settled Darkness, the place named not for the arriving of night, but for the night that has arrived and stilled. opens now like a valley between two long hills seen from far away. Two dark slopes leaning toward each other, the path between them quiet, the air between them cool and without movement. The chariot enters. There is no announcement, no change in sound. Only the gradual recognition that something that was moving is no longer moving, that something that was carrying weight has set it down. The horses slow without being asked. Their breathing, which has carried the sun across every one of the 16 stations, from the valley of light before dawn, through the pool where they drank, through the long bright arc of morning and noon, and the slow amber descent of all those afternoon crossings. Their breathing settles now into something that is simply rest. Not the rest between efforts, the rest that is its own destination. They stand still. The chariot, unhitched, sits low in the dark valley. The great wheel that turned through Kunwu's vertical noon, that tilted at Bird Rest, that passed through Sorrow Valley and Female Record, and the abyss of You, and all the named and weighted places of this long day, that wheel is still now. It makes no sound. Feel the weight of your own body here. The surface beneath you, solid and patient. The length of your legs. The quiet of your hands wherever they have come to rest. Your chest rising and falling with no instruction, no effort. Just rising, just falling. The valley holds you the same way it holds the chariot. In the old records, Meng Valley is the final station, the 16th. The one that follows settled darkness is not another station, it is the night itself. The long still hours before the chariot is hitched again at the Valley of Light. What comes after Meng Valley is not a place on the itinerary. It is the place where the itinerary dissolves. You are at that place now. The names of the other stations begin to release their hold. Not abruptly, one by one, the way lights go out across a valley at the end of an evening. First one window, then another, then a third, each small disappearance barely noticed, until you realize the whole hillside is dark, and you cannot say when the last light went. The Valley of Light, that place of first brightness, the pool, and the waiting, and the horses not yet moving. Let's go. Dawn brightness, let's go. The great tree at Fusang, whose roots drank from the deep water, whose branches caught the first fire of morning. It fades now. Not destroyed, not forgotten. Simply no longer needing to be held in the mind. It rests in the dark the way all things rest when the day no longer requires them. Kunwu, true noon. The single moment when shadow disappeared and the sun stood exactly overhead and the world held its breath. That moment has passed. It passed hours ago. It passed while you were still awake, still carrying the weight of your afternoon. But it passed gently, as all the stations passed, each one complete in itself, each one releasing into the next. Kunwu lets go. Bird Rest with its small tilt of the light, its quiet announcement that the day had turned, gone. Sorrow Valley with the feeling that lived in its name, the feeling that arrived with the slant of late afternoon sun. That feeling has done its work. It carried you through the last hours of the day. It softened something in you. And now it releases drifting out of the valley like mist off a still river in the early morning. Gone. Female Record, the station of the great return, the point where descent became commitment. Gone. The abyss of You where the light thickened into amber. Gone. High Pestle and Low Pestle, the paired stations where the day was ground down by evening. gone. Hanging chariot, the yellow, the suspension above the horizon, the enormous gentleness of something coming to rest. Gone, each station a light going out, each light going out a small relief. Not loss, relief, the way a shoulder drops when a carried thing is finally set down, the way breath deepens when a long task reaches its end. Each name releasing carries a small weight with it, and the weight was not suffering, but it was holding, and the holding is done. Only Meng Valley remains, only the settled darkness, and even the name of this place is beginning to lose its edges. Meng Valley, the syllables that hold it, the two words that point at it, they are becoming less necessary. The valley doesn't need its name to be what it is. Darkness doesn't need a name. Your breath moves in the darkness, slow and even and without effort. The horses stand somewhere nearby, not that you can see them, not that you need to, but their presence is felt, that quiet warmth of large creatures at rest, breathing their own slow breaths, their long necks lowered, their eyes soft and closed or nearly closed, their weight settled into the earth beneath them. Everything that moved today has stopped. Everything that was going somewhere has arrived. You have arrived, not at a destination you chose or planned or worked toward. The weight of your body against the surface that holds you. The darkness behind your closed eyes, which is the same darkness as Meng Valley, which is the same darkness the chariot rests in, which is the same darkness that has always waited at the end of every day, since the first day the sun made its crossing. The 16 stations are not behind you like a road you've walked. They are in you. Each one, the brightness, the noon stillness, the afternoon wait, the amber and the yellow, and the slow release, each one has passed through you the way the day passed through the world. And what remains is what always remains after the crossing is done. Stillness, a darkness that is not empty. The old texts don't describe what the chariot does in Meng Valley through the long hours of night. There is no record of what the horses dream, if they dream. There is no station for the middle of the night. That hour belongs to no itinerary. It is simply the pause between the end of one crossing and the beginning of the next. You are in that pause. The pause has no length. It has no weight. It is not waiting. Waiting requires a future, and the future is very far away right now. Further than the valley of light is from this valley, further than Fusang is from Kunwu, further than any distance measured in stations or names, or the slow movement of a chariot across a sky. There is no distance here. There is no sky. There is only this, the settled dark, the still horses, the unhitched wheel, the valley that holds everything the way deep water holds what falls into it, without disturbance, without record, without the need to say what it holds or why. Your breath is slow. Your hands are heavy. The darkness behind your eyelids is full and quiet and patient. It has been patient for a long time. It has waited at the end of every station, every day, every crossing. It has never been in a hurry. It will not hurry now. The chariot rests, the horses breathe, the valley holds, and somewhere very far away, not in distance, but in the kind of time that is so slow it barely moves, the first pale suggestion of the valley of light is already forming, the way the next breath is already forming before this one has finished, without effort, without intention, simply because that is the nature of the crossing. But that is not now. Now is only this, the dark, the still, the quiet that has no name for what it is and doesn't need one. The dark has no edges. It does not press against you. It does not ask anything of you. It simply is, as it has always been, as it will always be, the place where the crossing comes to rest. You are here. Your breath moves slowly in and out, each breath a little softer than the one before, each breath a little less necessary to notice. The 16 stations have passed. You may not be able to name them now. That is exactly right. The names were never the point. They were doorways, and you passed through each one, and the doorways are behind you now, and there is only the open room that exists on the other side of all doorways. Valley of Light. You passed through it. Fusang, the great tree, its roots in the deep water, its branches holding the first fire. You passed through it. The whitening sky. The moment of true noon when the shadow disappeared and time held its breath. You passed through that too. That brightness, that fullness, that single still point at the height of everything. And then the slow turning, bird rest, sorrow valley, the quality of late light that carries something you cannot name but always recognize. You passed through those. The great return, the long arc of the circle finding its way home. Amber, deepening into dusk. High and low, the gradual descent. The suspension above the horizon. The sky the color of no other hour. All of it passed through, all of it behind you now. Am here. Meng Valley, settled darkness. The station where night is not arriving but has arrived and stilled. You are resting where the sun rests. This is not a small thing. The sun has been making this crossing since before the mountains had their names, since before the rivers found their channels, since before any living thing opened its eyes to the morning. And every single time, without fail, it has come to rest here, in this same darkness, in this same stillness. You are resting where it rests. Your body is heavy against the surface beneath you. Your shoulders have let go of whatever they were holding. Your face is soft. The small muscles around your eyes are soft. Your breath is finding its own slow rhythm, barely a movement, barely a sound. Just the quiet rise and fall that your body knows how to do without any help from you at all. You don't need to do anything. You are here. The chariot rests. The horses are still. The valley holds the darkness the way a bowl holds water, not trapping it, not forcing it, simply giving it a place to be. The 16 stations are not gone. They are folded into this moment the way all of a day is folded into sleep. Present complete, no longer needing to be traveled through. You carry them the way you carry every day you have ever lived, lightly without knowing exactly what you carry, without needing to know. The darkness is full, full the way the end of a long journey is full, full the way a long exhale is full at the very bottom of the breath before anything begins to move again. Your breath, your weight, the dark behind your eyes, which is the same dark as this valley, which is the same dark that has always been at the end of every crossing. There is no difference now between where you are and where the sun is, both resting, both still, both held in the same patient dark that has been waiting at the end of every station, every day, every crossing. Without hurry, without impatience, without anything required of either of you. The names dissolve. Meng Valley, the words grow soft. They lose their edges. They become sounds, and then they become less than sounds, and then they become part of the quiet. You don't need to hold anything. Your breath, slow, warm. The darkness, gentle and complete. Somewhere without effort, without intention, simply because that is the nature of things. The Valley of Light is already holding the shape of tomorrow's crossing. The great tree stands at the edge of the eastern sea. The horses wait. The chariot will be ready, but that is not now. Now is only this. Your breath rising, your breath falling, the dark full and quiet and patient.